Hello and a very good afternoon to one and all. Game 3 of this 5-match bilateral series between Qatar and Bahrain. Bahrain winning the toss, deciding to bowl first. And this is a do or die situation for them. They lose this, they lose the series. Let's very quickly go through the two lineups then for today's match. Qatar captained by Mirza Beg. They have several star players in their team, including Imal Malindu, Zubair Ali, Sharik Munir. The pick of the bowlers for them so far: star all-rounder Shazib Afridi, Muhammad Asim, Muhammad Ikramullah, Uwais Ahmed, Zishan Haider, Saqlain Rashad and Mujibur Rahman. The team manager is Abdul Majid Siddiqui. Bahrain, on the other hand, are being led by Ahmad bin Nasir, and several other names include Prashant Kurup, Muhammad Rizwan Butt. As Irshad goes over the top, and he's ended up losing his wicket there. It was slashed hard, but straight into the hands of the fielder. They've done a bit of homework against him in this contest. Had a man back at deep point and third man as well. Bahrain strike early. Qatar losing Irshad early. 9 for 1. Just going over Bahrain's lineup once again, led by Ahmed bin Nasir. They've got Prashant Kurup and several other players, include Muhammad Rizwan Butt, Fayaz Ahmed, Imran Javed Anwar. You're seeing him in action with the ball right now. Ali Dawood, Sohail Ahmed, Asif Ali, Imran Khan, Yasir Nazir, and Salman Muhammad. Their team manager is Adil Ahmed. Short and wide. The player of the match from the last game between these two sides is out there in the middle. Emil Lianage, as over number 2 comes to an end. They are 10 for 1, Qatar. Well, Dawood to continue into his second over. Bowled particularly well in the first game, but didn't have a huge total to defend back then. Zubair Ali played well in the last game, provided Qatar with the kind of start they were hoping for after having failed in the first contest, and they'd be hoping for a repeat of his performance in game two. Two left-handers for Qatar out there in the middle. Down the track he goes, and he's got a good piece of it as well. Zubair Ali dancing down the track and bringing up his first boundary. And that's one way to release the pressure early in the innings. It's pretty nippy, is Dawood, so it takes a bit of heart using your feet against him. Zubair was certainly not afraid to do so. Ali Dawood bowling around the stumps and too close to cut. Also, he was on the front foot, committing early onto the front foot, and then it was probably a bit too late for him to execute that short through point that he had intended. They went for plenty in the last game. 215 runs Qatar scored. Batting first. They've asked Qatar to bat first again on the surface. It looks like an absolute belter of a track. The ball might spin a bit later. Oh, beautifully bowled, cut him in half. The ball leaving Zubair just at the last moment, seaming off the pitch. That takes a bit of skill on the surface. Two dot balls on the trot. He'd be itching to go, Zubair. He's mindful that this is the power play, third over coming to an end. Something's got to give, that's for sure. A huge shout for leg before. Was probably drifting down. It'll be interesting to see that on the replays. And in fact, it's been signaled as 4 leg byes. Extremely unfortunate for Bahrain. The ball ricocheting off pads and going down to the third man boundary. An eventful over comes to an end. Qatar 19 for 1 after 3. Imran Javed, left armer with a wicket, bowls a bit like the former Pakistan fast bowler Sohail Tanveer. A few similarities in his action to the former ace pacer from Pakistan. He's been able to pick up the wicket of Saqlain already and be hoping to pick up another couple here. It's gone down the ground. Zubair has other ideas. He's tongued that one for the first maximum of Qatar innings. What a sight to watch. Roll on the replays. A touch short coming into him. Picked his spot. And half a dozen the result. Just got distracted, wasn't ready for that. Zubair was looking down as the bowler had already approached the crease. Had to politely ask him to stop, please. Right, a boundary, a 6 of the second ball of the over. And that puts the pressure right on the opposition. This time Fuller, much Fuller, but wide outside that off stump. Umpire Naseem exercising his arms. The two umpires in the two on-field umpires are Mohammad Naseem and Sajidullah, while the third umpire duties are being assumed by Tahir Mahmood. Zubair goes down the ground. He hasn't quite got the timing. Will he get the result? Yes, he does. The fielder giving it a chase, trying his level best, but the ball in the end wins the race. And all of a sudden, momentum shifting in favor of Qatar. It was an excellent last over. Hasn't really been followed up well. Dive was in. The weather conditions here today rather on the warmer side. Temperatures exceeding 32 degrees. Not easy if you're a bowling side fielding out there in these warm conditions. A little bit humid as well. You're almost into mid-February, and this is when the temperatures start to rise a little in Qatar. It had been extremely pleasant. Oh, what a shot once again by Zubair. Through the onside he goes. Wasn't that short on that occasion, but an indication of how good this surface is. The ball coming onto the bat nicely, and Zubair Ali taking full toll. 6 wide and 2 fours. Following a single of the first ball. 16 runs already of this over. Zubair Ali plays for the Asian Cricket Club in the domestic circuit. Has scored heavily and hence earning this international cap for Qatar. Was looking for a single. Wants to retain strike. End of over number 4. Qatar now are 35 for 1. Ali Daoud to continue into his 3rd over. The captain feels that they need to pick up a wicket. Imel's on strike. The busy cricketer, Imel Lianage, scored 80 plus runs in the last game, earned that player of the match performance. Likes to move around the crease, likes to rotate strike, but is also quite capable of clearing the fence when an opportunity presents itself. And this time he was down the track, a bit of a shimmy, and finds the gap. The ball will run away. Once it goes past the 30-yard circle, this outfield is faster than a Doha Ferrari. One more look at that. Yeah, a bit of shimmy down the track, width provided. And he drove that, helped it on its way. Doesn't like getting bogged down. A boundary followed by a single, playing it with soft hands. Rotating strike. Trying to play with the field, trying to play with the minds of the bowler. Street smart cricketer is Imel. Nine balls to go before the end of the power play. The current run rate is sitting at 8.89, almost touching 9. Zubair, he has the license to go. And he's gone big. Another maximum. Merely seemed to have timed it using the bowler's pace. And an extremely good-looking shot there. He's dealing in boundaries, Zubair Ali. Moving on to 27 of 16 as the batters are moving towards the pavilion. Rehydrating as that ball has gone into the dugout. They're still trying to find it. It's pretty hot out there, so don't really blame them for refueling whenever an opportunity comes up. Oh, follows it up by a slower bouncer. Does Butt into his first over. got such good balance at the crease and likes hitting through that onside region. Has a range of shots from long on all the way up to square leg. Could they test him with the drive though, Bahrain? Ask him to drive through offside as a shy of the stumps there. Might have been a close call. Over number 5 comes to an end. Qatar going at 9.40 to the over, are 47 for 1. Zubair goes downtown, nonchalant. Another boundary for him, another boundary for Qatar. And they are absolutely racing away in this power play. Imran Khan into his first over. And what a welcome to the crease. He's probably thinking at this stage every ball needs to go as he guides that ball down to the third man. A bit of respite then for Bahrain. Under a tremendous amount of pressure already. 2-0 down in this series. In a do or die situation. And they have to contend with these two stylish left-handers from Qatar. Himal and Zubair. A bit wide, he's gone after it. There is protection though down to the boundary. So it'll only be a single. But this is an excellent start by Qatar yet again. Demonstrating the batting prowess and depth that they have. And that was one area we thought he could be tested. Asking him to drive. Not quite finding the gap. And that's where the Bahraini captain would like to see his bowlers bowl more often to Zubair and see if he has the ability to go up and over extra cover. Full toss, down the ground goes Emil. The last ball of the power play then coming up. And Zubair would be looking to hit it in the middle of Doha. Absolutely brilliant power play. Taking full toll, making full use of the conditions and this beautifully laid surface. And he goes up. It's up in the air. The fielder running back. Wasn't quite timed to his liking. But it's a couple of runs to end the power play. After 6, Qatar are 57 for 1. Start off over number 7. Looking for a single and direct hit. Would have surely seen the back of Zubair. Looks extremely disappointed there with that call, does Zubair. And rightly so. That's the last thing he needs because he's looking in an excellent form. He'd be so dearly wanting to convert this total into a big one. Everyone strikes, slower delivery, played away with soft hands. The man running in from that deep mid-wicket boundary. They've got a deep square leg in place, deep mid-wicket. Long on, long off. And deep cover. The 5 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. So they're expecting a lot of these shots to be played in front of the wicket. Slower delivery, and you might just see a lot of those balls bowled as well because they don't want the batters to use the pace and play it square on either side. No fine leg or third man in position right now. So the plan is simple, keep it straight and bowl lots of slower balls. Keep that pace off the ball. Yep, once again, a slower delivery. It will be interesting to see how Qatar reacts to that. The power play restrictions are over. Zubair might just look to use his feet, create his own pace and momentum. And he might just look to go down the ground. Again, a slower delivery. Three dot balls on the trot. Building some pressure. And that's one way to try and buy a wicket. I like this thinking by Bahrain, the way they're going about it. Wide of the crease, another slower ball, was it? the length. Very hard to get underneath, as well as over number 7. An excellent over comes to an end. Qatar are 59 now for 1 after 7. Right, over number 8 now in progress, starting off with a wide. He'll have to reload that one. Imran Khan into his second over. And he's operating with a slightly different field to the last over. He's got a third man in place. A man at deep covers on the offside. Long on, long off. No deep mid-wicket. But a man at deep square leg. The 5 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. So the deep mid-wicket area is where Zubair might want to go. It's Emil on strike. In the meantime, it's been a good passage of play for Bahrain in the last 2 overs, trying to pull things back after the rollicking start from Qatar. And it's a passage of play where they bowl quite a few dot balls, and that so often can lead to a wicket as Emil cuts it and cuts it hard. And he wouldn't have enough time to come back for the second. It's Zubair back on strike. What are his options then? Deep extra cover. Maybe deep mid-wicket. There's no fine leg in place as well as we see. No deep backward square leg either. Another fielder inside the ring coming from that short mid-wicket to the point region. He goes straight down the ground. Now what he can't afford to do with this field is bowl short into the batter's body. Would be a bit of a risk bowling full and wide outside the off stump because there is no deep extra cover, and also bowling into the pads would be a little bit risky. A bit wide. And just evading that fielder at point, diving effort. So little margin for error. Such a cruel game this for bowlers. He has to try and make sure that he bowls within the line of the stumps most of the time, which is obviously not easy. He's only a human. Or use those two fielders on the offside. Well, there are three now, including the one at point. Deep covers point and third man. As another over number 8 comes to an end. Bahrain pulling things back a little as Qatar are 65 for 1. Spin for the first time being introduced in this contest. AB Nasser to start over number 9 for Bahrain. The run rate dropping slightly post power play, 8.08 to the over. It's another 12. Almost 12, 11.5 to be precise, overs remaining in this contest. The predicted score showing around 171. This is the phase of the innings where Bahrain is doing better compared to the previous game. As Imel drives it, but again finds the fielder. Yet another single there. Singles at this stage won't hurt Bahrain. Is Imel thinking of a reverse slap, a reverse sweep maybe? Nope, he's quite happy to play along at this stage. Nothing unorthodox, no improvisation on mind as of now, but you'll soon see him going into that mode. Well, no boundary of this over so far, so he might just bring on his unorthodox hat and do something out of the box. Three fielders inside. Goes over the top. He goes straight down the ground. He was waiting for one in his zone and he finally got it. And when he hits them, hits the over with bang. Qatar 76 for 1. Bring on the replays. In his zone. Slightly over pitched, and he leant onto it Not a lot of power, but immaculate timing. Right, finally some release of pressure by Qatar. They were bogged down for a couple of overs, but Imel undoing all the good work that had been done by striking that maximum in the last ball of the last over. Zubair has slowed down ever since the end of the power play, but that's okay as long as they keep up. Cheeky, innovative, Zubair Ali. He read the script perfectly. He knew exactly where the fielders are. Nobody patrolling that area at deep fine leg, using Imran Khan's pace and scooping that ball for an early boundary in the over. So important to get one early. And now he can afford to milk the bowling. He took a bit of risk, Imran Khan, with pace on. Crisply driven down the ground. That's what they are planning to do. Get probably one boundary of the over. And then keep rotating the strike. And you've still got 9 wickets in the tank. Some big hitters to come. And Mirza, Sharik, Shazib Afridi. Their batting lineup so far in the series haven't been tested as Imel takes the aerial route through the offside. He goes, and for a moment I thought it was a good fielding effort. It was a good effort, but not good enough. Another boundary in the over. Provide this man width at your own peril. Any kind of room provided, and he will pounce onto it just like he did on that occasion. 9 runs of the over, 2 balls to go. Goes offside, struck hard. Straight to the fielder though. Run rate once again on its way up. 8.79. Imran Khan almost about to finish his third. A single then to finish over number 10 at the halfway mark. Qatar are 86 for 1, and it's time for drinks. Match summary so far. Qatar winning losing the toss, being asked to bat first. Zubair Ali has been out there ever since the start of their innings, and how well has he played? 48 of 35, and has been well supported by Emil. The second wicket partnership between Zubair and Emil Lianage. Now almost 80, 77 to be precise. They had lost an early wicket. Ashad, a bit unfortunate. And the bowling figures, nothing much to write home about. In terms of economy rate, Ali Dawood did pretty well, keeping the lid on the scoring. Anwar, the lone wicket taker, and the rest of the bowling has gone for plenty, as Zubair and Imo have dominated proceedings in general. Welcome back. The players are back from the hydration break. And Bahrain right now is searching for answers. 10 overs done. They've picked up only one wicket, and Qatar, 13 shy of 100, have well and truly marched ahead in this game. Remember, in the last game, they scored a mammoth total, a gargantuan 215. Slightly wide outside the off stump, very close to that wide line. The bowler wasn't really amused with that decision. This time it's clearly a wide. So two wides, two consecutive wides. It's hot out there. Not easy to keep your focus for long. It's Anwar's third over. And another ball that would have been wide had Zubair let it go. In fact, instead he decides to get some bat on it and runs back for the second. Imran Javed Anwar into his third over. Qatar would be hoping to get to that 100 mark by the end of this over. Still got plenty of wickets in the tank. And they can't afford to go all guns blazing. Was there an outside edge? Question asked. Against the run of play. It's a funny game, this T20. A couple of wickets here, a couple of economical overs. And Bahrain might find themselves well back in this game. Zubair, though, is in no mind to open that door for Bahrain. As he goes onside over mid-wicket, smashing it for another six. It went so high, I thought it would come down with a weather report. Now, this time it's cut it through the offside. And is that another boundary? Yes, it is. 100 comes up for Qatar. 101 for one. What a magnificent start they've had to this game. Trying to close out the series. And they're well ahead at the halfway mark. And a single to finish. "11 done, Qatar, 102 for one." We haven't seen much spin in this game so far. But that's the route they're taking now, with Salman being introduced into the attack. I thought he was mighty impressive in the last game. A ray of hope, a silver lining for an otherwise gloomy game for Bahrain. Here he is for the first time in this contest. Left arm orthodox. Emil would be looking to use his feet against him. That's something he does really well. He's moved on to 27 now, without anyone noticing. Sweeps it. Has he found the gap? Nope, just a single. Oh, a good delivery. I think he was the one who dismissed Imel in the last game. Was hit for 2 sixes, but he came back really well. Mohammed Salman. It's been a tight over so far by the youngster. With 1 ball to go, he'd be hoping to finish well. He's hit it through the onside, just a single, so finish well he does. Salman just the 5 runs of that over. Qatar now are 108 for 1. Thirteenth over in progress. You're watching the third T20 between Qatar and Bahrain. Third of the 5-match bilateral series. Qatar being the host country. All the action coming to you live from the West End International Cricket Stadium in Qatar. As Emil goes over the top, over extra cover, and another boundary for him. He moves on to 32 now. And this partnership, partnership over 100. 103 to be precise. All the action coming to you live from the West End International Cricket Stadium in Doha, Qatar. Hats off once again to Qatar Cricket Association. Everybody involved in making this series happen. Starting from the CEO, Mr. Khalid Al-Suwaidi. As Emil goes downtown, one bounce over the rope. Second boundary of the over. course, Qatar Cricket Association working extremely hard to bring all the live action to you. All the way from the organizers, the players, the managers, the ground staff, and against the run of play, Emil going after a wide one, but not getting the result he was after, outside edge. And they finally managed to get rid of him. What a price scalp. The player of the match from the last game. As we take a look at that on the replay. It was wide. The shot was pretty much on. But that angle probably doing the trick for the bowler, inducing the outside edge, and a much needed breakthrough for Bahrain. Oh, what a delivery, an absolute jeffer first up by Imran Khan to Asim. He also played really well in the last game, scored a 50. A successful over for Bahrain comes to an end. Qatar now are 116 for 2. Zubair using his feet and getting a good piece of it, depositing that ball into the stands. And he's made sure, despite Qatar losing wickets on the first and the second instance, they don't go on the back foot. And that's because of his proactive approach. And I think we've lost another ball here. You probably need extra boxes with the way Zubair is going today. Short, and he cuts it for a single. Has been all over the opposition in this game. Zubair hasn't really looked back since that first game. He got out for a duck, but he's more than made up for it. Scoring runs in the previous game and has been the highest scorer so far in this one. attempting a reverse slap there. Half-hearted appeal. Asim was another man who stood out in that last game, scored a half century. He was already trying to be cheeky there. Salman is going wide of the stumps. The ball coming back in with the angle, and that's probably the shot better suited to that angle, with the ball coming back in from outside the off stump with the angle. A reverse slap would be forcing the issue a little bit. He wanted to go big there, Asim. Wanted to go down the ground, giving himself a bit of room. Nicely waiting onto that, waiting on the back foot, and retaining strike with that single. End of over number 14. Qatar 126 for 2. Fifteenth over in progress now. He goes down the track, does Asim. He's been looking to be proactive ever since he's been out there, coming back for the second, and does so quite comfortably in the end. The predicted score now is around 127, as we see that on the big screen. Scorecard. 14.1 overs done. They'd be hoping to get to at least 200 from here. Still 8 more wickets left. Hard hitters to come. But the bowler has committed a cardinal sin, overstepping and saying, you know what, Zubair, here is your license to thrill and kill.
It goes over the top, but hasn't quite middled it. Coming back for a second, not really happy with the fielder there, but they need to see the back of Zubair as soon as possible. They'd be hoping to restrict them to a score of 100, of under 200. Around about that 170, 175 run mark. Wayward was aiming for the parking lot with that ball. And the fielder was a bit slow across the turf, allowing the batters to complete 3 runs. Signaling that as leg bias. We must have taken some part of that, some part of the batter's equipment, probably the pads, on the way. To the replays. Yeah, leg bias signaled. Third over has been quite economical. So it's given away 21 runs and 2.5. Asim for Qatar is relatively new at the crease. Zubair batting already on 74. The two established, or the two batters as of now. And with the death overs coming up, they'd want Zubair in particular to stay out there. Well, the last 5 overs, the final half of the innings coming up after this. Don't go anywhere. Qatar are ready to get on the launching pad. 136 for 2 they are. As we look at that scorecard, Zubair Ali, standout performer for Qatar. As we see his name on that big scorecard, the big screen outside the stadium, this beautiful looking Western International Cricket Stadium. Into his third over. It's gone only for 15 runs. This time Zubair, he wanted to shuffle across the stumps and he was eyeing that mid-wicket region. Yet again, he's hit a few sixes in that area so in this innings. And once again, he goes mid-wicket. A fielder coming across. Don't blame him for doing that. A bit of a mix-up, and this is surely gone. Oh, what have you done? The keeper unable to collect that throw. What a golden opportunity that was for Bahrain. But they've made an absolutely mess of it. One of them wanted to, the other one didn't. And Zubair was almost sold down the drain. Oh, where is the ball? Where is it? They're looking left, right, and center. In the end, Zubair survives to live another day. Not the man you want to give a chance to at this stage. He's running away with the show already. And he brings out that reverse sweep. And this time, has he got enough of it? Yes, he has. The fielder will give up that chase. A rubbing salt to wound. Excellent batting this by Zubair. We can't help but feel he will make them pay for this. 20 runs short of his first century in the series. And a single, realizing he's got probably enough of the over. 8 runs off it with 1 ball to go. And Asim has shown signs of intent as well ever since he's gone out there in the middle. Don't see him holding back either. Uses his feet, goes downtown and goes out of the ground. What a sight. Finishing the over with half a dozen. Qatar, 150 up for them in the meantime. 150 they are for 2 at the end of 16. Change in bowling, but no change in fortune for Bahrain. Zubair slashing and slashing hard. The ball running away to the third man boundary for another 4 to Zubair. Right up in the block hole, that's better length. Qatar going at a run rate of 9.53 into the 17th over. It's been a fast-paced innings, this. Everyone except Lane today have chipped in. It was a sight to behold watching that last 6 of the last over by Asim. Was dancing down the ground against Salman. Got the best result. He's gone down the ground once again, picking his spot. And well, for a moment I thought it hadn't quite gone over the boundary, but the umpire signaling that as a 6, and yet another 6 for Qatar. The last 2 deliveries face now Asim He's been able to send them both out of the ground. And that was pure timing. Didn't really try to hit it hard at all. Just made sure he meets it in the middle of the bat. And that was enough. Once again, using his feet, but clever piece of bowling it wide. Ali Daoud keeping it away from his range. Zubair has come down and is having a chat with him. 11 runs of the over already. Wide outside the off stump. It's a good piece of bowling, keeping it away from his range. 2 dot balls in a row. But something's got to give here. The plan for Daoud is simple. He's going to go wide outside the off stump. Yeah, that's what he does. But overcompensating. Signal is wide. There are 2 fielders behind square on the offside, so he can afford to bowl that length. Daoud. And he's been able to evade both of them. Powerfully struck by Asim. A bit lethargic on that last ball. Daoud ending up bowling a full toss. And thank you very much, says Asim. The match summary so far: Qatar being asked to bat first. Zubair Ali dominating proceedings. He's not out. 14 shy of his 100. Liam played well once again, 36 or 26. Asim is carrying on with his form from the last game. Asher, the only batter to miss out for Bahrain. Mr. Butt has been the pick of the ball as the most economical, bowling 3 overs for 21 runs. Imran and Anwar have been able to pick up wickets, but they've been slightly on the expensive side. AB Nasser just with the 1 over. Oh, that's close! In fact, the finger has gone up. Zubair is suggesting he's got something onto it. A slow close to his century. The umpire thinks otherwise. But it's been an outstanding knock nonetheless. Zubair Ali, 86 runs of 58 balls. He's put his team on the verge of a series win. The idea was right. He wanted to accelerate, improvise. Very unselfish, playing for the team. Unfortunately, it got struck right in front of the stumps, and the only thing that would have saved him was an inside edge. The umpire doesn't think so. And his partner, in fact, as well, is chuckling away. Wicket number 3 down then as the captain walks his way out in the middle. Mirza is out there. And he's got a job to finish. 3 overs to go. to start his innings, Mirza. Goes straight down the ground. Asim is looking for the second, but Mirza happy with the one. Slower delivery, question asked, and the finger goes up once again. This is a good passage of play for Bahrain. They've been able to get rid of the two set batters against the run of play. A slower delivery. He was eyeing that slog sweep, Asim, missing it and getting hit in front of the stumps. Yeah, rather easy decision it seems for the umpire. As the replays load, it was a slower delivery, missing it. He was down on one knee, so height wasn't an issue either. The ball going on to hit the stumps. And he got struck in front of those stumps. A couple of wickets here now for Bahrain. A slight opening in the door. What looked like a score going well past 200. Well, in the meantime, Afridi, nonchalant. First ball 6. What a strike to open your account. Well, hold your horses. These two batters, these two big hitters for Qatar are still out there. 200 is still pretty much on. Shahzeb Afridi. He can hit big. Running hard, they're looking for the second. Deciding against it. The run rate now exactly on 10. End of over number 18. Qatar are 180 for 4. And this time Afridi goes again. His second one of the innings. Majestic, absolutely majestic. Shahzeb Afridi. He's been out there for 3 balls and he's deposited 2 of them out of the ground. Well, we're in for a strong finish. Don't go anywhere. These two batters, well capable of tearing into any bowling attack. comes out again. Low full toss. Be a little disappointed with himself, Shahzeb. This is an ideal time for him to come in and play. Doesn't like hanging around. Loves to hit those big shots, those big sixes. Good piece of bowling, clever, slowing the pace down, and whenever he's been able to execute that well, Dawood, he's evaded punishment. Ali Dawood to Shahzeb Afridi. Full toss. He's been able to get it over the infield through covers, but straight to the fielder. Once again, more proof of how that line outside the off stump has paid dividends. Not easy though to continue bowling there. You're only a human at the end of the day. Right, it's the captain then, Mirza on strike. Once again, very close to that wide line. The umpire thinking was wide enough to be called. Not happy there, Ali Dawood. Was touch and go. Fifth ball of the over coming up. What can Mirza do? He's a massive striker through that mid-wicket and onside region, covering the stumps. Missed time, just a single. Not a bad result for Bahrain. Final ball of the over coming up, 1-6. Barring that 1-6 has been a fine over by Ali Dawood. Goes over the top, he sliced it. The fielder coming across, but they run well, they run really well. Not cleanly collected either by the keeper. But the second one completed in the end. As over number 19 comes to an end. Qatar now are 191, 9 shy of 200. And they've got 6 wickets left in the tank. What is the final over of the innings then coming up? It is Mirza on strike. The 2 big hitters, Mirza and Shahzeb Afridi. Going through the offside, up and over. He'll be looking to come back for the second, decide against it. Imran Anwar to bowl his last over.
Shahzeb Afridi on strike. 2 sixes to his name already. 16 of 7. He's playing a bit of a blinder here, a bit of a cameo. Once again, losing his mark. He'll have to reload that one. White signal by umpire Naseem. It's a bit of cat and mouse going on right now. They want to ball it outside, wide outside, that off stump. They want Afridi to reach for it. There's no deep extra cover in place. He covers his stumps and he's drilled it. An excellent piece of fielding there by the man at extra cover inside the ring. That was hit like a third missile. Did well to get his hands to it. An excellent ball to follow it up wide, slightly wide outside the off stump. That's been the plan given to them. They've got protection at the boundary, a deep extra point for that ball. But maybe if Mirza is able to go deep in the crease and move across the stumps, he might be able to hit it over that extra cover fielder inside the 30-yard circle. Goes down the ground. Just a single. So it's been a reasonable over from Bahrain's perspective so far. Just the 4 runs of it. 2 balls to go. Qatar are looking to cross that 200 mark and create that psychological advantage. Go past that psychological barrier as they run through for a bye. So a boundary needed of the last ball for Qatar to reach 200. Still a pretty good score, mind you, on the surface. Will take some getting. And a wide. Another one in the extras. Tally, they've been not as disciplined with extras so far in this innings, Bahrain. It's understandable because of the weather conditions as well. It's pretty hot out there and humid. An outside edge. Not how he wanted to get that boundary, but exactly what he wanted and exactly what Qatar required at that stage as they go past the 200-run mark. 201 for 4 is what they get at the end of their 20 overs. And when we come back, Bahrain will have to chase and score 202 for victory.
Welcome back to the West End International Cricket Stadium for this third T20 International between Bahrain and Qatar. Bahrain winning the toss, asking Qatar to bat first, who amassed a total of 201 for 4. $202 is what Bahrain require for victory. Oh, beautifully bowled by Sharik, as he so often does with the new ball. Getting that shape, moving that ball away from the left-hander. He got him out caught at slips in the first game.
Considerable movement once again for Sharik. Tucking him from room. Kurup was looking for a single, hasn't quite gotten away the way he would have liked in this series so far. And an excellent first over by Sharik comes to an end. Bahrain 2 for none. A slight change in tactics then from Qatar. They usually start with the captain Mirza bowling the second over. They've decided to go with Ikram instead in this innings. Ikramullah, the experienced left-arm fast bowler, will be bowling from over the wicket. He's got a third man in place and deep square like the two fielders outside the 30-yard circle. There's a slip in place as well. Extra cover as the lone catcher, but he goes down the ground. What a shot, Asif Ali. Signature stroke. Class, elegance, personified. An absolute delight to watch whenever a straight drive comes off. Like it did. Not the easiest of shots to play. Requires great balance and timing. Good start to the over then for Bahrain. 4 of the first ball. Around the wicket, and he's clipped it away with the angle. Down to the deep square leg boundary. Just the one. Okay, we keep talking about the depth that this Qatari side has in their lineup. Ikramullah is another all-rounder, one of many all-rounders they have in this side. Accounts for the versatility they have in their lineup. Kurup has struggled throughout the series. Likes to move that right leg out of the way, out of the line of the ball. Early in the innings. tucked for room. The ball coming back into him there. Just a single. And when you're not covering the line of the ball like Kurup sometimes doesn't, you're always at risk of nicking one back to the keeper who slips. Oh, what a shot! Trademark! Asif Ali, second of the over. Where has he been? Magnificent straight drive. Not often you see two straight drives in one over coming in that fashion. This time it was wide, a loose shot, losing his concentration and almost his wicket. 2 boundaries and 2 runs, 10 in total of that over. Bahrain are 12 for none after 2. A comparison of the run rate of the two sides this way at this time. They're quite neck and neck. Bahraini worm, perpendicular to the Qatari worm. Nothing much to choose between them at this stage, as Mirza, the captain, has decided to take the ball in his hands and replace Sharik from the first over. He probably wanted to bowl from this end, and hence why he got Ikram to bowl that second over. Might be change of ends for Sharik. Might replace Ikramullah in the next over, because usually Ikram comes into ball after the power play. Touch Fuller. Driven, but Asif Ali is struggling a little bit, batting on 2. He's faced 8 deliveries. His partner would be feeling a bit of pressure because of that. This time he makes room for himself. He's been able to clear the 30-yard circle, but didn't quite time it well enough, so just a couple of runs. In fact, just the one. Looking at his bat, that ball probably came at the bottom of it. He wants to change in bat as well. Signaling towards the dugout. Again, he likes going downtown, does Kurup. He would like Asif Ali to at least give him singles, rotate strike, even if he's not able to hit boundaries. They're falling below the required run rate. This is the 3rd over, going at 4.88. And the run rate climbing, the required run rate climbing to almost 11. This has been an excellent over by the Qatari captain. Just the one run off it with one ball to go. And the required run rate now a touch over 11. Something's got to give here for Bahrain. They desperately need a boundary at this stage. And he slashes at it. Couple of bounces to Ikram at third man. Just a single. And a fine over comes to an end for Mirza. Bahrain at the end of 3 are 14 for none. Asim then to replace Ikramullah, not Sharik. We've seen this with the Qatari team. They like making a few bowling changes up at front. They don't want the batters to settle. Asif Ali wants to go across the line, missing the line completely, mistiming it. And how desperately they want Asif Ali to get going. Yeah, at least get a single. He's hit that one down the ground for one. He goes over the top, up and over offside. It was a bit streakish, so he won't get a boundary. But he'll come back comfortably for the second. Not easy to get 3 on this ground. Because usually when it goes past that 30-yard circle, it ends up as a boundary. Well, this time, he's gotten a good piece of it. He's picked it up beautifully and sent it packing. And he just stood there like he's done nothing. He's played some graceful shots today. Kurup. And that was one of them. Around the stumps. Looking for a single. A bit disappointed with his partner. He wanted to retain strike. As it turns out, a dot ball to finish that over. Bahrain are 24 for none after 4.
Sharik then back into the attack, and he's been greeted. That's high, and that's handsome. That's huge. Listen to the roars in the Bahraini dugout. They enjoyed it, and that's one way to break the shackles. An indication as well of how good the surface is. And this time he slashes it, and slashes it hard for another boundary. Well, Bahrain all of a sudden are back into this contest. Asif Ali is finding his mojo. He was bogged down for the first couple of overs. The third game of this series, the bilateral series. It's do or die for the visiting side. An array of hope for them now with these two batters finding form at the right time. 6 and a 4. What's next? He goes onside and he picks up another boundary. 14 runs already of this Sharik's over. Asif Ali is getting a move on finally. For the first time in this series, we see Sharik Munir being put under a little bit of pressure now. A drive for 6, a slash for 4, and then a heave towards onside for another 4. Good comeback that, right up in the block hole. Finally some respite in this over for Sharik. It's good to see though this from Bahrain. They were in their shells in the first 2 games, but they've come out blazing in response to this huge score of over 200 as umpire Naseem warns Sharik and asks him to stay out of that danger zone. Final ball of the over coming up. It's been a big one for Bahrain. 15 runs of it so far. The required run rate coming down a little. And he comes again, an outside edge. What a comeback from Sharik. Was pounded for boundaries, but he kept his nerves and dismissed the in-form Kurup, who now has to walk back for 20. He wanted to hit that in the middle of Doha somewhere, did the batter. Only managing to get an outside edge. As we see what happened there. He was under the pump before this ball. He was probably there. There was a length delivery. But going across the line, the batter was a wild slog. And Qatar are back on top. The new batter is in for Qatar. It's Fayaz Ahmed. And right on money, Munir targeting the stumps. End of an eventful over. Expensive, but a wicket off it. Bahrain are 39 for 1 after 5. Mirza into his second over. Qatar picking up their first wicket in the last one. But Bahrain are still within the hunt. This is an excellent surface to bat on, remember. And Bahrain has the series on the line here with this game. If they lose this, they lose the series. Good ball that. The umpire is taking his time, probably just struck him outside that leg stump. He's got a man back at deep extra deep point, in fact. That's the only man back outside the 30-yard circle. It's up in the air. Has he cleared the 30-yard circle with it? Yes, he has. Coming back for the second. Right-hander, he's got a slightly different feel. He's got a deep square leg out on the onside and a third man as well. Short third man, point inside the circle. Two fielders at cover and extra cover. Mid off, mid on, and short mid-wicket. That fielder at deep square leg going now further towards deep backward square leg. Played with soft hands. And Fayaz gets off the mark. First runs for him. Last two balls of the power play coming up, then Asif Ali would want to get a couple of boundaries, ideally. Help his side post at least a 50 in the power play. Slower delivery, clever piece of bowling. He likes going hard, Asif Ali. Mirza realizing that, and one way to tackle it is by bowling slower balls. Taking pace off. losing his radar on that occasion. Was another slower one. Wide signal by the umpire. Just the 2 runs. He's been miserly so far in this spell. Mirza, just the 5 runs given away. And the final ball of the power play coming up now. Wide Yorker. Perfect over for the captain. Just the 3 runs off it. End of the power play then. Bahrain now are 42 for 1. The left arm orthodox Awais coming into ball. It's 2 hat-tricks to his name in international cricket. Bahrain scoring 43, 42 in the power play. With that single, they move on to 43. They need someone to play an inspirational knock for them. Asif Ali has gotten off to a start. He needs to carry on and get a big one. Take a lead out of Zubair's book, the way Zubair batted. Bit of mix up there. Hit hard, drilled hard, but it'll only be a single straight to the fielder. Qatar has been by far the better side in this series so far, winning the first 2 games. Cut away. They've been better in terms of skill set. Versatility in their bowling as well as batting. A range of all-rounders to play with. Asif Ali goes onside. Has he picked up a wicket there? Yes, he has. Awais is celebrating. It was drilled hard, but straight into the hands of the fielder, who accepted it rather gleefully. And Awais picks up a wicket in his first over. Bahrain now are in a bit of trouble.
As we can see in the replay, the ball was outside the off stump. He shuffled across. Didn't get the height, didn't get the distance he was after. Mujib Khan into the attack for the first time in this innings. Required run rate now climbing to 12.16 to the over. Bahrain losing their openers. 2 new batters out in the middle. They'll have a bit of build-up job to do. They've been completely outplayed by Qatar in this series. And once again, finding themselves in a deep spot of bother. Singles won't do. At this stage, they'd be quite happy to concede them, Qatar. And he goes onside, and this time he's found the gap. A boundary, a much needed boundary there for Bahrain. Something for them to cheer about, breaking the shackles. Beautifully played. That was a good shot, well fielded, equally well fielded by Asim at covers. Keeping it down to just the one. To Ahmed Suhail Ahmed and Fiaz Ahmed out there in the middle. Oh, what a delivery! Questions being asked. It's not been given. But what an absolute jeffer. The ball pitching and turning away sharply. Well, let's watch that on the replay yet again. Pitched in the middle and then sharp spin away from the batter. Lucky not to have gotten an outside edge on that. And for number 8, Qatar are 53, Bahrain rather, are 53 for 2. He was convinced there was Munib. He was going off in celebrations. Not to be, though. Not to be. Well, here's another bowling change then. say that they have a few all-rounders up their sleeve, Qatar would certainly be an understatement. It's now their opener, Saqlain Irshad, coming in to bowl. Sohail Ahmed plays that down the ground for just a single. The current run rate sitting at 6.63. Nothing much to write home about. And Qatar have been all over Bahrain in this series so far. The required run rate now climbing up to 12.69. It's time. He's covered the stumps, but once again, hitting it straight into the hands of the fielder, Shariq Munir. He's safe as a house. Shariq will take that 9 out of 10 times. A bit of a shuffle there by Fayaz across the stumps. Right, a wicket then for Saqlain Irshad. And Bahrain slip further, 54 they are now for 3. As RJ Anwar is out there in the middle. Imran Javed. Last ball of the 9th over coming up. A successful one for Saqlain and only the 1 run off it. And finishes it off in style, a dot ball. End of over number 9. Bahrain are 54 for 3. Asim coming into ball his 2nd over. 54 for 3. Bahrain needs someone to step up for them at this stage. It's been one-way traffic so far. Oh, a wild slog there by Imran. Going nowhere with that shot. Beaten all ends up. Nonchalant on that occasion. Tremendous bat speed by Imran. And what a way to get off the mark. They'll need a few of those to stay in the hunt today. Asim going around the stumps now to cut down on that angle. Not a convincing looking shot, but it'll go to the boundary nonetheless. So some momentum returning to this Bahrain innings all of a sudden. It looks to pack a punch, does Imran Javed Anwar. 10 runs of the last 2 balls. Fielder at deep cover has been moved to his left. Right up in the block hole, finding it difficult to get underneath it. He seems to have that ball up his sleeve, does Asim. Bowls that quicker Yorker. Although he's a spinner, but that faster one has helped him to keep the batters in check. What happened there? Almost slipping the batter, looking to cut that ball. A dot ball to finish 10 at the halfway mark. Bahrain are 66 for 3. Start of over number 11, Awais coming in to bowl it. Dot ball to start. Wide, and he throws the kitchen sink at it. The second time now in this innings that he's been able to find a boundary like that. Awais wanted that fielder to move finer. As we have another angle of it, he was wide outside the crease, threw his hands at it, and the ball fairly racing away to the boundary. That's better. Didn't really know much about it. Imran Javed, not known for his ability to defend the ball, or his technique for that matter. But he can certainly swing hard at them. This time only for a single. He wanted it to go squarer. That was the idea. Flighted up, drilled through covers. Well fielded. That ball was travelling. The fielder at extra cover did well to get his hands on it. Final balls of the over coming up, played with soft hands, has to rush. In fact, they come back for the second as well. The ball getting deflected by the batter's bat. It was obviously unintentional. A couple of runs to finish over number 11. They're 73 now for 3 Bahrain. Well, Ikram, it's the return of Ikram. Bowled the second over and then disappeared. Here he is, back in the 12th over. Disappeared in crowd almost. Nine overs to go now. 129 more runs required to victory. Sounds a bit ambitious at this stage. RJ Anwar is the only real hope left for Bahrain at this stage. He's been able to hit a few boundaries. And they really need him to press on the accelerator now. Just another single. This third game of the 5-match bilateral series between Qatar and Bahrain being played at the Western International Cricket Stadium in Doha, Qatar. huge thanks to Qatar Cricket Association, each and every person involved in making this series happen. Starting from the CEO, Mr. Khalid Al-Suwaidi, who's done an absolutely wonderful job. Oh, what was happening there? A comedy of errors by the fielder. It should have been a straightforward stop. Somebody tell him the FIFA World Cup in Qatar was long over in 2022. Complacent, extremely complacent. And the bowler is not happy, understandably so. We're talking about Qatar organizing this series and a parallel one between Qatar women and Oman women. I was mentioning how people from Qatar Cricket Association, all the officials, the umpires, the ground staff, curator, match ref, everyone's worked incredibly hard to bring about this series. As Ahmed goes down the track, but he's hit it straight into the hands of a fielder. Another one down. Fourth wicket now down for Bahrain. And they are in a real spot of bother. 11.5 overs done. They're 80 now for 4. Final ball of the 12th over coming up. Successful one for Ikram. He's picked up a wicket. It's been rather disappointing for Bahrain in this series so far. Slower bouncer, signaled as a wide by the umpire, thinking it had gone over the batter's head. Final ball of the 12th over coming up. Ikramullah, the bowler. Upish and almost carried to the diving fielder there. Was it Sharik Munir or Shazib? We'll wait and see. End of over number 12. 83 for 4 are Bahrain.
Look at the bowling card here. Munir Ikramullah, Uwais and Saqlain Arshad all picking up a wicket each. Uwais to continue into his third over. Required run rate quite ambitious at this stage. 119 runs required of 47 balls. This match brought to you live on Qatar Cricket Association's YouTube channel. I sincerely hope that you're enjoying the coverage as Imran Anwar goes over the top, miscuing it, not getting the timing he would have wanted, but coming back for the second anyways. Oh, nicely bowled within the line of the stumps. Keeping the batter honest. Another dot ball. One more delivery left in this over. And they'll finish with a single. End of 13. Bahrain now 86 for 4. Not many partnerships in this innings so far, 39 being the highest between the opening pair of Kurup and Asif Ali. And the only other partnership to have entered double figures was between Imran Anwar and Ahmed. Right, let's turn our attention to the World Cup, the T20 World Cup. A quick update from it. Speaking of the big moments, let's talk about the game today that was played between Australia and Zimbabwe. Let's get back to it as Anwar goes hard, goes big, goes for a 6. Adds another 6 to his tally.
Slightly short, and once again you see that lightning fast bat speed coming into play as he watches that ball sail into the fence for a 6. We're talking about that World Cup once again. What a tournament it has been already. Upsets, standout performances, and plenty of drama. Exactly what you'd expect on the biggest stage of them all. We've seen the so-called giants tested, and we've seen emerging sides make bold statements. Something for these two sides playing here to consider and pay attention to as they evolve in the world of cricket. As every game in the ongoing World Cup seems like a knockout. He's played that. And he's avoided the fielder, Anwar. Yet another boundary. Is keeping Bahrain in the hunt. Was fiercely struck through offside, slashing it. And once again you see that lightning bat speed in action. Ikram is under a bit of pump already, conceding 10 of the first 2 balls in this over. Beaten this time, slightly wide, bowling away from his hitting zone. Ikram. Won a couple of big overs, couple of big 15, even 20 ball overs to get back in the hunt. And he's used the angle. And how well has he used it? Magnificent strike. Second 6 of the over. Over cover he goes. And there's certainly a bit of life back into this contest as Bahrain crossed the 100-run mark, 102 for 4 they are. There are 2 balls left in this 14th over. Now this is where they might worry because he's beginning to feel at home now. Anwar also hitting that ball over covers. Previously, he was going mainly through onside. Outside edge, an opportunity. Did look like an outside edge. Let's wait for the umpire signal. No signal, so clearly a life, an opportunity presenting itself, not accepted by the keeper. Wasn't an easy chance. He had to dive. Not his natural side, Imel. But it was an opportunity nonetheless. And not the man, Anwar, not the man you want to drop at this stage. He's just beginning to look dangerous for Qatar. Final ball of the over coming up, and a huge one, expensive over so far. A shortage delivery. The sweeper coming across to cut it off. Just a single. A monumental over then for Bahrain comes to an end. 104 they are for 4 in 14. Just Nazir on strike now. And his job at this stage, I guess, would be to give that strike back to Anwar. They still require around 198 to be precise. He goes over the top too. But in Anwar, you feel Bahrain have the right person on strike. Waits into his last over. It's been miserly, conceding only 14 runs and a good delivery within the line of the stumps. Missed that, and you might as well be on your bike back to the pavilion. And he's gotten a good piece of it. Nazir joins the party. Over the boundary for a 6. 112 now for Bahrain. It was angled in. Not a very bad delivery. The length probably could be questioned. But he was able to get underneath it, pick the length up quickly. Nine runs of the over so far. Played with soft hands, going through for a single. They're trying to take this game deep as we enter the final half of the innings. The death overs from over 16 to 20. It's gone high, but has he got enough of it? The fielder getting a hand to it, but it's all in vain. 6 number 2 to end over number 15. This is edge of the seat stuff. Don't go anywhere. Final 5 overs to come, and Bahrain are beginning to make a case out of it. 120 for 4 they are at the end of 15. Right, Mujib here. Now he's got a job on his hands. Last 5 overs to go. And Bahrain are on the onslaught. Over extra cover goes Anwar as he brings up his half century. What a knock it has been. Series on the line. And he's given his side a hope. A ray of hope. Incredible. Against the run of play. At one stage, his team looked down and out. It's amazing what one inspirational knock can do for your side. At the moment, Qatar are looking for answers, although they are still ahead in this game. But a couple of big strikes and a couple of big overs might present a different picture altogether. Now keeping him off strike is one option, but it's not the best one because Nazir is beginning to go as well. A couple of slog sweeps for sixes in the last over. And he'll be fancying his chances against Mujib. Goes high. And tell you what, it's another boundary. He's making it look easy now, Nazir. And runs beginning to flow from both ends. They've still got 6 wickets in hands. And they've got nothing to lose, everything to gain. This is such a good pitch to bat on. Not enough movement there for spinners or fast bowlers. An excellent T20 track. Don't blink here. Blink and you'll miss it. What a shot! Straight down the ground this time. Consecutive boundaries for Nazir. Make that 15 of the over so far with 2 balls to go. T20 cricket at its best. What a game we're having here. Bahrain making a real comeback. Goes down the ground, but he hasn't really quite timed it as well as he would have liked. So only a single in the end. But it's another big over that Bahrain was after. Crowds wanted to see a game like this. A close contest. Wide of the crease he goes, and he's drilled it through offside. He's hitting them like thunderbolts. Wanted the second there. Nazir is a bit disappointed. The partner turned him down as over number 16 comes to a close. Last 4 overs to go. Bahrain need 65 for victory. All right, it's Mirza, the captain, coming back into the attack. Bowled excellent 2 overs up front. And here he is to finish things off for his side. They need to pick up a wicket now. Low full tosses, drilled it down the ground, and the fielders patrolling the boundary, the long off and the long on, are mere spectators. I.J. Anwar is beginning to look dangerous. He's played a range of shots now. All around the ground. Was probably a bit dimensional to start with. No longer the case. But short, slower bouncer. Beaten in pace. There's was asking whether that's one for the over. Thunderous bat speed. Still a big ask, this. 21 balls, 61 runs to get. They're providing some late entertainment, though, to everyone watching live and on the ground. Mistimed. Just a single. Mirza leading by example. Leading from front. Just the 10 runs and just the 5 given away in this over. And under the context, this is exactly what Qatar needed. Right up in the block hole yet again. Singles won't hurt. The required run rate now climbing up to almost 20 per over. And to stay in this game, this ball needs to go out of the boundary. Needs to clear the boundary. On the full. Oh, not much you can do about that, though. Executed that Yorker to perfection, did Mirza. What an over. Bringing his side back well on top. And reinforcing and consolidating their position in this match and the series. 17 done there, 144 for 4 Bahrain. So number 17 in progress. It's Sharik Munir coming back onto ball. A dot ball to start. Another full toss. It slashed it though, and slashed hard. Slashed over point for 4. Well, they may not get to this total in the end, but they've certainly given the spectators a run for their money. Both these batters, Nazir and Anwar, going great guns. Right up in the block hole, not much you can do about that. Just a single.
Well, full toss, and he's taken full toll of it. All the way for 6. Another 6 for Nazir. He's certainly having some fun. This time is mistimed it. Is there a fielder who wants it? And, well, confusion between the wicket keeper and I think it was Uwais out there. We'll wait and see. But a total mix-up. And Nazir gets a life. Another slow delivery to end over number 18. Bahrain are 157 for 4. Using the angle yet again, and Daniel Archer there got a hand to it, dropping it. The umpires want to check if he was in contact with the rope as he flicked that ball back in. It rather dropped off his hands. A diving effort at the boundary. Can't tell from this angle, but the umpire is satisfied. So saving a 6 if not able to take that catch, the fielder. Just a matter of time now, 44 more runs to get. Having said that, it's a funny game. T20, a couple of big maximums here. Can give them a little sniff. What an excellent knock it has been, though, from Imran Javed Anwar. He goes down the ground. Just a single. Well, in fact, it's more than just a single. Disappointing effort at the boundary. They've been a little complacent in the final few overs. And against a better side, this can get back to haunt them. Even if you think you've got a good control over the game, like they have, and they're well and truly in the boxing seat still. But with a better side, they won't let you get away with lapses like that. It was a straightforward chance. Lapse in concentration. Looking for a wide, but it's within that wide line. A legitimate delivery. One final ball to come in this over. Sliced away just for a single. End of over number 19. Bahrain require now 37 runs. An almost impossible task of the final over. Mirza to finish off his spell. And the final over as well for this innings is led by example. Led from front all throughout the series. And Qatar on the verge of completing a series victory here at the West End International Cricket Ground. That's not been timed well. Is that an opportunity? Falling short. What an incredible performance it has been from this man in your picture. Mirza and his boys. He's marshaled his troops well. Almost on the verge of making it 3-3. Full toss, no full toss, just another single. Right up in the block hole, not much you can do with it.
Just another single, one final ball to come. Before Qatar can officially celebrate a series victory. And there you have it, mistimed and a befitting end to this innings. RJ Anwar, take a bow. What an excellent knock under pressure, but he has to walk back on the final ball of this innings as the series wrapped up and Qatar coming out on top, victorious. Congratulations to Mirza and all his boys, but don't go anywhere. We'll be taking a short break. When we are back, we'll bring to you the post-match presentation.
Hello, first of all, a very good afternoon to everyone. The third match of this bilateral series between Qatar and Bahrain. A do or die situation for the visitors, and unfortunately for them, it was a serious loss. But nonetheless, they played well. Having won the toss, they invited Qatar to bat first. Qatar once again amassing a huge total of 201 runs for 4 wickets. Bahrain in pursuit tried hard but fell short by 31 runs in the end. It was a good effort nonetheless. On that note, could I please call upon the captain of Bahrain team, Ahmed, to come forward and have a few words? Ahmed, disappointing, but I'm sure there are lots of positives out of it as well.
Yeah, first of all, congrats to them. They win the series, and yeah, we are not able to go for according to the plan, so that's really hurt them.
Oh, but there's still a couple of games to go. Do you plan on making any changes for those?
Yeah, we plan today also, but we, as I say, we are not able to do that. So yeah, inshallah, we have a 2 match left. So inshallah, we will fight back.
Hard like this time, but all the very best for the remaining contest.
Thank you.
All right, could I now please call upon the captain of the winning team, Qatar, to please come forward, Mirza, and have a few words. First of all, many congratulations for winning the series and the game. What does it mean to you and your boys?
It does mean a lot to us winning the series 3-0 right now, and we want to continue that, and inshallah the way the guys are performing, we want to go 5-0.
Do you want to make any changes for the remaining 2 games?
Yeah, we'll see according to that. Yeah, we all the players are really good, and it has been a tough decision to play the same team. We have been trying to put the other players in, but like we are performing really well, and we just don't want to break that bond. So it might happen in the next 2 games.
And Mirza, you said there are quite a few players, and it does seem like the bench strength is really strong, and it's a good problem to have.
Yeah, it's a really good problem to have that we are confused. Like everyone is performing really well with the bowling department and even in batting. Like our top 4 batsmen are doing so well that the last 3 can just go in and have fun at the last 5 overs.
Thank you very much, Mirza, and all the best for the remaining 2 games.
Thank you so much.
Well, there you have it, Mirza, the captain of the winning side, Qatar. Right now, let's talk about some notable performances from today's game. There were quite a few. Yasir Nazir from Oman scoring 40 runs. Imran Javed scoring 69 of 44 balls. But again, there was one batsman who clearly stood out from Qatar side. The left-hand stylish opening batter. Could I please call upon Zubair to come forward? And can I also ask Miss Shivani Mishra, the chief guest for today, to come forward and present the Player of the Match award, please? Zubair, don't go too far. सबसे पहले तो बहुत शुक्रिया, बड़ी ज़बरदस्त आपकी परफॉर्मेंस थी और सबको एंटरटेन करने के लिए जो है वो हम आपके शुक्रगुजार हैं. क्या कहेंगे इस परफॉर्मेंस के बारे में?
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम. पहले तो अल्लाह का शुक्र अदा करता हूँ. पीछे कुछ मैचों में स्ट्रगल कर रहा था, तो कोशिश यही थी कि अच्छा परफॉर्म करना है, और कोचेस की जो और कप्तान की जो नीड्स थी कोशिश कर रहा था उसको पूरा हासिल करूँ.
कहाँ पे स्ट्रगल कर रहे थे? पहली गेम में अनफॉर्चुनेटली जल्दी आउट हो गए, और क्या चेंज किया जिसकी वजह से एकदम से फॉर्म में आए और इतनी अच्छी इनिंग्स खेली आपने?
नहीं, प्लान तो सेम ही रहता था कि जो सर्कल है उसको अच्छा खेलना है, सर्कल अपने लूटना है, लेकिन वही हुआ. पहले सकी जल्दी आउट हो गया, लेकिन प्लान यही था अमाल के साथ कि कोशिश करने सर्कल को अच्छा लेके जाना है.
चलें जुबैर, एक्सट्रीमली वेल प्लेड, और आपको गुड लक कहते हैं रिमेनिंग 2 गेम्स के लिए.
थैंक यू.
There you have it, Zubair Ali, the player of the match from today's game. He was saying he wanted to go with the plan that was presented to him by his captain.